Cool. So today, gonna focus on the harpoons. Try to finish that. Feel like that'd be a good thing. Maybe do the massive islands. Um, this weekend, I want to try to get done all this kinds of stuff. Maybe fix the radar. Yeah, so we'll basically continue where we left off. I wasn't really too impressed with the Cloud Max yesterday, but I know yesterday I was a little more under the weather, so maybe I was a little bit just frustrated in general. Um, not frustrated, but I mean, it just kept generating like particles that were different colors and stuff. I was like, what? And like just not really listening. So I'm gonna try it again, and let me check if I. All right, cool. I didn't really do much. I guess I discarded it. Wait, hold on. Oh, I actually printed it. So let's just make sure nothing's broken. Didn't do anything too crazy yesterday. Looks like I maybe committed the to commit the water disappear. uh, I did. Why did I do that? That's dumb. I'll just fix that real quick. Okay. Cool. All right, so we're still gonna keep the water removed because we're gonna use it to test. Test how things are working. So one sec. Move this here. Yeah. So save this. So we can... Let's try the harpoon. I know we changed the boat on the radar, so that's a little bit interesting. Okay, I don't really see the particles anymore for the dragging. Oh, there it is. Okay, but what we are trying to do, if I remember correctly, is once it attaches, and there'll be some deadline, and I think it was actually hit. That's why I pushed it. I remember now. It actually was hitting the print that it was getting to a certain place. So let's go check that out. And let's maybe just try it again, like real quick. Maybe harpoon string system too. How many do we need? I don't think we do. Let's see. Do I have a function key? I have a new keyboard. I think so, right? That's fine. Let's see if we can change the key for whisper flow. Um, Let's make it I didn't know they had a command mode. Interesting. Yeah, cool, that works. So we'd like to, oh, maybe not that. Let's see. Let's do something that does nothing. Maybe numlock. Okay. So we'd like to try the harpoon line system to fix it so it actually does break it when it hits a certain amount of time. Right now it hits one of the prints there, but it's not actually doing it. Can you double check? Okay, let's try it. Fine at that, but let's just try this change. Let's see, I'm messing with the volume a little bit. Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm gonna reverb this. And I remember yesterday I switched to windsurf like a bunch of times because I was not super happy with what was happening here. So I'm gonna do the same. See, does this look right? No. Trying a new way of organizing the windows. It works well as long as you don't change anything. So there we go. So we're having a problem. So we're having a problem with the harpoon line. It's not actually ending after a certain amount of time. It is hitting the print, but it's not actually doing it. Can you try to fix that? I'll just attach the files. Oops, I'll go to So we know this part's working. The timer. I guess, yeah, we could check that just to double check. Okay, yeah, so it definitely does not enter this function because I didn't see this nested twice within that. Okay, cool. So we'll apply the change. I think I'm going to do something where, so I don't really need this window. Yeah, that looks better. Because then you guys can see the code a little better. And I can see the code, which is maybe more important. Okay. So I need to reload, cannot apply. Okay, I'll just reopen it then. Yeah. Okay, I will just do it myself, potentially. And I guess it's in a different file, that's maybe why. I see. I think it's 5 seconds. Weird. Hold on. Right, function F12. So I'm using a different keyboard. So let's see. I'm gonna try it one more time, but this time I'm going to keep it open so I can see the prints better. Oh, he's not above water. That's why. So it definitely hits the max tether and then it starts the counter. But it's been about 5 seconds, right? So it's still not hitting this breaking function in the other file. So it's still not hitting the break harpoon function. Can you make this change really simple just to trigger it? So make it so within like 1 second it'll call the function and remove a lot of the logic for terminating that timer. We're just going to make sure it's calling the function first and then we'll add something simple. Hey Rob, I tried the I tried the Blender MCP, and then a bunch of Twitter people on Twitter were saying the Unity MCP wasn't very good. So I haven't tested Unity and Unreal, but I did test Blender, and that one couldn't. I tried to make a water bottle, and I didn't succeed. So it was like really janky. Actually, it was my girlfriend who wanted to make the water bottle, and she tried. It didn't really work. So um, she actually knows how to use Blender, sort of. So she was not impressed. But I think I may make a video. Sorry, one point for MCPs. Like if I can get like a good list of things that work really well. Because who wants to spend time like trying to figure out which ones? Like there should be some place you can go for like reviews or something, so you can be like, yeah, okay, this one's actually worth trying. Because some of it's I think a little hype. It's also just very new, so people are just literally making it. I guess. Okay, I'll try that. Okay, it still never breaks the harpoon, ever. So I'm going to attach all the relevant files. Can you try again? Alright, I'm going to try one more time, but this time I'm going to try a different setting. Oh no, that setting doesn't exist on Windsurf. Right. We'll try again anyway. Oh, 1 second. I have to plug this in. Okay, let's try this. And then if this doesn't work, I guess let's do something else. Uh, Yesterday, I think I spent 2 hours on this, so I think it's probably enough. It's not that really that important, I think. Okay, so go here. Um, Okay, we'll try it. Okay, yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is just delete this file and remove it. Because right now it's... Oh, I just realized... No, never mind. This function doesn't do anything, so we don't have to call this. So I'm going to delete this. And we'll maybe do it another time. Let's see if it's called anywhere else. I don't think so. Actually, we do call it here for some reason. Wait, could that have been Y? I think we're calling this in two places, this update. It's a little suspicious. Don't think that would matter, but maybe. Okay, let's do something fun. Like, I was thinking it would be really cool if like the villagers on the island, they talk to you. So maybe we can generate like just some dialogue. But right now I think they are broken, if I remember correctly, because they're in random places instead of on the islands. So maybe not that one yet. Oh, we could do some big islands. That'd be a good thing. I saw someone generate some huge stuff on their game. They were able to generate like giant mountains and stuff. So it's definitely possible without it lagging. So let's maybe try that. So I'm gonna go to islands. So I want to generate a new type of island, and we're gonna call it a huge island. But the polygons on the island should be very simple. Like they're very simple shapes, but they should be a very large mountain. But it should look like a mountain. It shouldn't have any weird things on it. It should be very simple. Maybe like a few different shapes. But to start, we want to keep it very lag free. So don't do anything crazy, but we want a huge island with a giant, maybe a few giant mountains. That's pretty much it. And let's load it in the open biome to test. Make the probability that it spawns 100%. Okay. I'll just attach the files. So this one, then manager, chunk control, and that's it, I think. Maybe we'll attach Rocky Island as a reference. Please create a new file for this. Now I'm back to water because we're not testing the monsters anymore. One thing to add is like I guess have uh, inclines. That'd be kind of cool. Like there's some areas that you're like going up. Actually, don't really know what that'd look like because you're in the ocean. But maybe you go into a cave. That's right. So you go up and down in the cave. Something like that. Oh yeah, let me start the server again so people can join. I wonder if that's working or if it's stuck. Oh no, it's working. So yeah, I think it is. I've had pretty good luck generating the islands, but every time I've tried to do the giant islands, it tends to do too much. That's why I was like, and then it's laggy when you look at it. Okay, so this is the file for the. Oh, I like they kept it really small actually, so that's good. The file is definitely not going to be. I mean, the island's not going to be doing anything too crazy. Let's see, where do we put this again? I think world, right? Okay. Okay, so we got to modify this ourselves for some reason. Okay, so probably right here, right? Right after. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. We don't really care about the colliders for the moment, so let's try it. Okay, I'm definitely in something it has created, so that's good. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, it generated a mountain. It should just be much bigger, I think. And then, um, other than that, pretty good. Oh wow. This is definitely a massive island. No doubt about that. Actually, I mean, I think it looks okay, not bad. I mean, as long as it renders, then it's gonna be, you can see the whole thing. So then it feels like more like a world with like, there's actually land, and there'll be a bunch of people walking around and stuff. Okay, let's maybe do the collider part after we... it looks pretty good. I actually don't want to change anything with the island at the moment. The only thing is, like, as you're moving around, it's not rendering very well. Like, right when I move away, I think basically we need to increase the render distance. Can you point me to where that code is? Don't change it yet, though. Just show me, like, where. Because actually, the world does look pretty sparse, just generally speaking. So maybe if we fix that. Yeah, chunk control. Okay. That's what I thought. And then split distance, we'll change it to be much larger. Like, we'll just test if this works first. Should see some difference. Okay, so as I move, no. Actually, something is clearly wrong, right? Because right when I enter it, that's when it appears. And right when I leave it, it disappears. Okay, so let's try to plug that in and ask that question. One problem with this that's kind of confusing is, like, right when you leave the island, as long as you're in the island, it's rendering, but right when you leave it, it disappears. I don't think it's actually related to render distance. Can you try to figure out what it is? Let me check. I'll do it later, I guess. Hey, thanks, the Keno. Yeah, I brought some stuff that I had in at my girlfriend's place, and I also got some new stuff. So I think it was like, I looked at how many hours I streamed. I was like, all right, I think we can maybe invest a little bit into this hobby for now. It's a hobby, but probably will be. Uh, it's the same thing with, like, when I was like playing guitar and stuff. I was like, okay, if there's a certain amount of time, I think it's okay if we buy a few more things. Because before, my laptop was really shaky whenever I type and stuff. We're working on adding the massive island here. It's just rendering kind of weird for some reason. Okay, chunk control. We could just comment this out to verify that, because I'm not actually, I don't really think it is this. Because for some reason, the island's only removing itself when you leave where it is. So, wait, where'd it go? Oh, weird. This actually, I guess you need this. This function on 201. I mean, we could try that. Just increase the chunk like a ton. We'll set it to like 2,000. Hey, okay, they can. Trust me, soon your hobby may be becoming. Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, I don't really bank on it. Right now, I just try to do it mostly for myself. Like, it should be fun for me. Because if I do it for other people, I feel like then I might not keep doing it. I don't know if that makes sense. Um, hopefully, yeah, I saw some pretty cool games with the 5 Jam, so I'm feeling a little bit. But I think I'm gonna go really hard the next few days, see if I can make something kind of fun. We'll see. I think you need to optimize the game. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it doesn't really work mobile very well, so I think you can't shoot very easily. Oh yeah, right, and definitely that's a good point too. Um, oh nice, it actually renders now. Cool. So yeah, that was it actually. Just need to increase the chunk size, and that actually all we need to do. Cool. Yeah. So the idea was, and this is my girlfriend's idea, is that the villagers are only on these massive islands, and that's where you can like learn. You can like kind of talk to them, and all their stuff is AI generated. But I think it'll be only some of it will be random in the sense that it's like reaching out and you're talking to it. A lot of it will maybe pre created is my guess. Also, the Keno, if you want to work on it, you know. Oh, wait, the Keno, are you working on something in the Vibe Jam? Or you, it sounds like you're kind of focusing on the app that you showed me with the making Gemini's UI better, which sounds like it's definitely a repeatable thing you can do with a lot of Google's products. Like, I get really frustrated with the uh, the console with Google Cloud. It's so if you could fix the UI there too, pretty nice. What is this here? This is really weird, actually. Hold on a second. Why am I doing a post here? I'm gonna plug that in. I just saw this in the console. Why are we doing a post to this URL? It doesn't appear to be mine. And I'm not grabbing any images. Oh, I know why this is. I changed the rules for the Firebase, so because I need to fix them. Yeah, that sounds good. I tried again. I think it was yesterday to use the Gemini, the AI Studio thing, and it was giving me messages like I need to switch to this model in order to generate. It's just like what I have to switch to another model to generate images. It's like why not just do it for me? Why do I gotta like fish out? I don't know. I get that it's like it's just like the extra clicks. Like I'm trying to generate an image, so just like do it for me and say, hey, we switched your model to this, so you can generate images. Why do I gotta like fish it out of all the choices? I don't know. That's just a minor thing, but a lot of stuff like that kind of adds up. Okay, so overall, I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm gonna make the mountains much bigger and a little more complex now. I just wanted to start with making it pretty simple. So I'm gonna go ahead and push that. So nothing. Um, yep, looks good. Okay, the next thing we want to do. Oops. Oh, it was working. We want to make the mountains more complex. So they should be much larger, but still very simple shapes. It's just like you should be combining those simple shapes into a larger picture. So it should still look like a mountain, but it should be something that the user kind of has to like look up at in order to see the whole thing. And they should be able to see it. Um, Let me remove that last part. I was gonna say something like they should be able to see it, like you see the mountains far away in Skyrim, but I think that's not quite yet. Be later. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like I worked at Salesforce and it's very similar. A lot of the products have really bad UI because like no one, I guess just no one really cares that much. I don't understand why, but it's just not that important to sell it. As long as it has like the functionality. Same thing with Workday too. Like that is like that's probably one of the worst pieces of software I've ever used. But I guess it's not. They're not selling it for me. They're selling it for the people using Workday. So I mean, the people, the companies providing Workday to me. So they don't really care about me. I'm gonna check how much this costs. Oh, jeez. All right. I haven't even used Windsurf that much. Apparently, it's already almost $50, but luckily that's free. Cool. Let's try it. Oh no, did the thing with the where it makes it really janky. Okay, I don't really know. I'm gonna undo those changes and try to maybe give it a picture. I'll try that. Simple mountain 3JS. Oh, that's actually, I just realized something. That's probably what I should do. Like instead of generating, like just trying to procedurally generate everything, maybe I can, I'll show you guys this. The kind of you've probably already seen it, but this city that someone made, and the way they do that is, well, this is one too. This is an example, right? So it's like instead of trying to procedurally generate in 3JS, you just kind of do some basic sort of models, and then you say, hey, plug this in, plug that in. This one is not even 3D; it just looks 3D. I don't know. I think I might just do that because I feel like it's just gonna look bad with everything being made this way. But first, I have to ask a few questions to understand. Oh, here's what I'm talking about. So he made this thing where you like drive around and you can enter other people's games, and it looks really good. So I want to try to figure out how he did that. I mean, according to him, I don't think he spent super long on it. So, oh, there was another thing I want to check. Why did I bookmark that? Let's see. The problem is like I like stuff and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go add this later, but then I like too many things and I have to go find it. I don't know if you guys saw this thing. It's very clever. Not the best way. Notice. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, let me know if you have any other ideas. I just want to make it look pretty good and should be somewhat easy and not a lot of modeling. Damn. All right, but I have to look later. So I can't find it. Damn it. Okay. Oh well. It was something about like you could query it and change the lighting a little bit and it would make it look, it's like a subtle thing, but it looks quite nice. So I was going to do that today, but I'll find it later. Have you seen any good ones besides the FPS shooter? Oh, yeah, there was a pretty good one. But I'm not gonna surf through the likes, but it was like cool animation with the, well, actually I will. Maybe I can quickly find it. Uh, where they're like doing kind of parkour stuff, but it looks kind of a nice style. Uh, oh, this one's funny. This guy just copied exactly the other sail game. I don't understand it. This, like, okay. I think he's just trolling or something. Oh, this one's good. This is kind of cool looking. Uh, I don't know if he's submitting that though, or if he's just doing it. Oh, I played this too. This was a good. I mean, this is not for this competition or whatever, but just to show what it's capable of. Like you drive through all these, and it runs super smooth. So, I mean, you can make it look pretty damn good, I think, if you put in the time. Yeah, same. All right. Oh, that looks pretty good. Let's try it. Okay, actually, dude, why are they putting in ads? What? Why you put it immediately? You have nothing in just a road. Oh, I think it was a joke, right? Didn't it say 10,000 a month? Okay, I just kind of joke flew over my head. I find most of these people creating games, which they probably wouldn't play themselves or find fun. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit some of it's a little bit but I played the plane game just a second ago. I guess it was yesterday, not a second ago, and it's, like, fun for, like, a couple seconds. That's pretty good. Start like, if he keeps working on it maybe for, like, maybe a year or maybe 3 months, maybe it'll be fun enough to play for a while, I don't know. But definitely that shooter, I played that, that was pretty fun. But I think they kinda cheated because in a way, it's not cheated according to the rules, but the engine basically provides everything. Like, I looked at the docs, so it's like, even the spawning of there's, like, no even animation that you're doing, so they worked on it for 3 years, and it's basically the game logic, I'm sure, they had to do for the shooter, but all the animations, everything was already built prior, so in a way, it kinda reminds me of those, like, hackathons you go to, and then I don't know if you see that, but, like, then there'll be just, like, these people who already did, like, a bunch of work, and then it's like, okay, kinda defeats the purpose of the challenge. But granted, I probably shouldn't be talking because, I already did a few weeks of work before the competition was announced, so technically, I, I'm doing kinda that, so but whatever. All these games are ad filled. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true, but then you think about, like, Las Vegas well, Las Vegas has games, but you think about Times Square. Times Square is basically just ads everywhere, and, like, everyone's going there because it's popular for some reason, so, I guess maybe you could think about maybe like that. Is like, okay, it's ads everywhere, but it's, like, somehow captured some, um, mind share. Don't know, a unique way of showing ads, I guess. The hot air balloon game is interesting because, like, when you go through a portal, it changes your balloon to some ad of, like, a company. I mean, I never really seen that before, but it's not that interesting to me, but I guess if it makes money, then it's maybe interesting because it's like, okay, uh, maybe people will start doing that in the future. I'm not planning to do that with this game, though. It's not really I'm not really interested in it, to be honest. Even if people are playing, it's just kinda like, okay, but, it's interesting that it works. 'Cause I think I tend to agree with what you said. I don't think people will stick around if there's, like, tons of ads everywhere, especially when there's nothing to do yet. Alright, let's try again with the mountains, but just make it a little more complex and, slightly bigger, and then we'll put the villagers on them, and we'll call that good for now. Maybe later we'll investigate how to bring in some interesting models. So, I'd like to try again with these mountains, make them maybe twice as big with 2 or 3 more shapes added to them. And it should be every shape should connect with the ground. So don't have any jagged shapes coming out the side or something. It should be very simple. Um, try that because the last one was way too complex. I'm gonna keep fishing through my likes so I can find the stuff that I want to do today. Oh yeah, this was a shooter. I thought was kind of cool. Obviously, the start it's kind of simple, but oh yeah, this was the game that I said was looking pretty interesting with the kind of a cool animation. This one reminded me of Gmod. Like you have a playground, maybe multiplayer, and everyone's just kind of messing around. Yeah, I saw this MCP. Maybe try that at some point. Okay, let's see if it finished here. Okay, let's try it. Oh, nice. That looks better, but now they all look the same, which is not quite what I was trying to do. The only problem, oh, the only problem with this is they all look the same. So try to, vary it. Some of them are just like simple one shape. Some of them have 4 or 5 shapes. Yeah, and don't make it take up the whole island. Maybe like half the island, something like that. Also, they don't really look like mountains. They sort of look like castles or something, which is okay, but not quite what I'm going for at the moment. Hmm. It's got to be in my bookmarks. I don't know, man. I got some funny bookmarks. Okay. Not so streamable. Okay, interesting. A lot of them are kind of just like spikes. That's not really what mountains look like, so it should be, it should be less variance maybe. Like there's some variance between the shapes, but they all should kind of be pretty simple mountains. Not just spikes, but they should be, fairly large. And they all shouldn't be the same height, so some are smaller, some are larger. So try again with that information. What is that, man? Is that a mountain? Struggling with this. What is a castle? Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe, or even try. I'll try Trippo again. We could load in different types of mountains. Rocky. Let's try that. But I already had an account. Strange. Uh, Rocky. Let's see here. No credits consumed. Let's try that. Let's accept. Oh no, we already did this, I think. Yeah, never mind. I mean, actually, it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look good, but kind of mysterious. Can't really tell what it is, though. Oh, this is actually not bad. This could work, actually. We'll just load in a bunch of these, and then choose. Let's see how laggy they are. Not really sure. So yeah, I could see these for sure. Let's see what colors they choose, and then we can even apply that black outline on them too. Um, and then fix Harpoon, add arrows, and maybe the focus is the try to get the PvP working. Maybe not though, honestly. Maybe just add a few more monsters. some more monsters to fight with. Add the bigger islands. Can talk to NPCs with voice in the game. It's kind of fun. And can kill the birds. I don't know. It's a good start, I think. That's weird. I already have subscribed, so I'm in the wrong account somehow. Oh, one thing. I'll ask grok some things to try to understand a few things. Okay. So with 3GS, I'm trying to make things look good. Historically, like, if there have been games, successful games with 3GS, did they basically use models for everything? Are they making their own models in Blender and importing them? Or are there some games that just do this, you know, just creating it with 3GS programmatically? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe. I kind of like this one. This is nice. Let's try this one. I'm going to download it. Okay, so we have boat loader. Let me do something with this. Out of boat loader, can we make a generic GOB loader using the same exact logic in boat loader? just extract that out, make a new file, and we're going to start using that for all of our GLBs. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, for this I'm using Sonnet without thinking, so this will be a test, I think. Historically not good. All right, I'm just going to use thinking because I don't want to experiment. Oops. Can you extract out a GLB loader from this? And that we're going to use that for all existing GLB loading, and make sure you use the exact same logic as what's in bootloader. Cool, can you go ahead and implement that in the bootloader, and we're going to test it. So it should just be drop in and working with the current code. Okay, cool. So that still worked. We changed the bootloader, and it's still loading in fine. So that's good. Good sign. Okay, so now let's load in the new one that we just created, Island1 GLB. Okay, so now what we'd like to do is we'd like to load in which is a new file we've added to public, and we're going to replace in Rocky Islands the code for the mountains, and we're just going to load in this GLB. We're just going to load it in for every island to start to see how laggy it is. So just do that. Replace all the logic with this. And maybe we'll load in, hold on, what I'm gonna do is probably sign out of this account and log into the one where I have the premium version. So I was pretty sure it was this one, but apparently it isn't, strangely. Okay, yeah, it's this one. So we're gonna generate a villager. So we have this game. I'm gonna attach an image of what it looks like, and we want to make a villager that kind of looks like someone that would live on these islands. Actually, I'm gonna do consistently what we've been doing. So villager, cartoony style, no face, minimal face, low poly, um, weird hats, normal proportions, kind of blocky, like Minecraft, and low poly again. All right. So let's see what we got here. This would be pretty cool if it works just immediately. Interesting. I'm not sure it actually. Oh, it did. Let me reload because. Oh, I know why. I need to restart because we have a new file. So. I'm still seeing the massive. Oh, I see what happened. Unfortunately, I put this code in the massive island, but it should be in the huge island. Critical mistake. So let's try again. I'm gonna undo all the changes in this file because we like this file actually. I don't want to change it. All right. We accidentally made the changes in the wrong file, so we want all these changes to be in the huge island. So please remove all the logic for the mountain generation here and load in the GLB from earlier. These are kind of funny. It's a little too cartoony, which is a consistent problem that I run into. Should be like, oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. Escape. I'm going to use that prompt, but I'm going to replace it with a few things. So instead of cartoony, let's say Studio Ghibli. Is that how you spell it? I like their art. I don't know if I can do that, but Ghibli art style. not cartoony, but slightly, and slightly. I guess we don't really want it to be anime though. I don't know. It might not even allow that. Let's see. Is that even how you spell it though? Cube. Oh no, it's not. Cube. That probably doesn't matter, but just get it right. I'll just remove this just in case it actually can do something interesting with that. Alright, I don't see the GLP. Imagine we probably have some errors. Let's take a look at. Okay, let's make sure that it's in the dist. Should be, but it's good to check. Yeah, it is. Cool. Can you check the huge islands file? Because I actually don't see the GLP being loaded. Now there's no island being generated. First of all, make sure the size is large enough. So scale it up, because I'm not seeing any error in the console. So therefore, it's either not calling it or maybe it rendered, but it's really tiny. These are kind of funny, but not quite what I'm going for. Let's try again. Yeah, I can find an image, what I'm talking about. Whoops, I didn't mean to click generate. Oh well. Let's see if it comes up with something different. Change one thing about it. Oh, interesting. It has rendered. It is just below the ground. That's cool. Already looks pretty decent, and we just need to make it fit the art style by adding the outlines. I think this is the way to go. It looks pretty nice, actually. Like, no way we're generating anything interesting like that. And it's not even laggy, I don't think. Hold on. Okay, that's great, actually. So let's scale it up. Move up the position. So probably 50. Not 50. 10. And change it to like 1,000. Oh, yeah, it looks pretty good. Cool. And then just need to shift it up more. I guess it is like 50. Maybe 100 actually. And then we just remove that red circle, which I think I don't really know what that's about. Not really sure this position is doing anything. It's not right. Okay, it's probably this. Yeah. So let's set this to 20. Nice. Yeah. Cool. That's pretty cool. All right, and then I'm gonna set it to 100, I guess. It's already 200 actually. So 1,000. Oh no, that's way too high. Yeah. Okay, 500. I gotta add back the hot reloading so we don't have to click ways to refresh the page. Nice. Okay, so 300. Cool. Looks pretty good to me. I just need to make sure it always renders, but other than that, maybe too glossy a little bit. But cool. I'm gonna go get another coffee. I'll be right back, and then we will continue. 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back. So we got the island here. Looks pretty good. Let's try two things. So, okay, so the next thing I want you to do is apply the style, so this outline style. And the second thing is, for some reason, it only renders when you're right next to it. Do we need to change the chunk size again? I think it's already really high, so I'm not really sure. So we gotta attach the outline. I have to remember not to put things in the bottom right, because I changed where I am, so because I can't see them. And let's see what that does. For some reason, when I load in GLB files, I'm never able to get the outline style to work like I am with the normal shapes. Let's just talk about it first. Like, why would that be? What exactly would make GLB files different for some reason that the outlines can't be applied? All right, let's try a new approach. So we're gonna still use this outline styles for like the simple geometries, but we're gonna do what you recommended for the GLB files, which is this three-dot outline pass. We're gonna start with that. First, before you do that, do you think that'll work with GLB files, this three-dot outline pass? Can you do some research? Nice, that looks pretty good then. Let's rename the file to GLB outline effects just for now. All right, let's try it. So now we're going to use this new file we created in the huge island. We're going to see if it generates outlines with it. Oh no, it's doing something weird. Had this happened before. It's trying to use an example that doesn't exist anymore. I'm going to go find it, see if it still exists. Hmm. Well, there is this, right? Let's look. But it could be really old, you know. It maybe found that like a long time ago, and this no longer exists somehow. Not really finding anything, so I have a feeling it might have made it up. It's possible. I cannot find the FXAA shader pass. Can you, first of all, is this possible to do without this, you think? Or is this a lot of trouble? Let's see uh, what import they're using now. Yeah, I did this with the water though. Like, that's how the water looks good, is there's a 3GS example. So the 3GS examples are very good if they exist. And there's quite a lot of people on Twitter who've kind of are using this water, so. All right, let's see. Oh, it built. Great. So um, looks like the examples it used are working. So let's try it. What the heck? Now the shores are moving. Okay. Don't really see anything. Let me look in the console, I guess. Oh, right. I forgot to initialize it, which is important. I forgot to put this in the main. Where did we put it? Oh, we did put it utils. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna make sure it renders though from now on. So let's see how to do that part. Last time we just changed the chunk control value to increase this chunk size, and that worked. I'm just gonna test to see if that works. Okay, so yeah, we know that's not the thing. What else is it? Render distance 1. Visible. It could be maybe related to this. I'll just double check. Okay, so it's not related to this. Maybe they have some code in there for their... Let's check. So... Is there already code in here for changing visibility? Like if we get close enough, because right now it's not rendering very far. Like you have to be very close for it to appear. Maybe we can make it a little less glossy. But other than that, looks great, I think. Well, maybe add a few more. I thought all of them were pretty good. These are not good, fortunately. There's another site, though, that I might try for those guys. I have to switch accounts to get back to the islands. I didn't look at the other two, so the other two might be good. That sounds okay. I kind of like this one. What's that in the middle, though? Is that like a little... Oh, it's a little, like, turtle or something. That's kind of cool. I think I'm going to use this one, too. All right, we're going to create huge island, some logic for just, like, it'll render randomly one of those two for now. But maybe we'll have, like, 5 total. Let's see if it figured out the render distance. Okay, we do not want it to do that. So I wasn't asking to create that. I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't render very far. Can you try to understand this? I'm going to attach the chunk control. I already played with the chunk control values. It's not related to the visibility, but for some reason it's not rendering very far away. So there's some issue with how it's rendering. So let's attach the chunk control, and that's it, I think. I'm going to try something. I'm going to ask Windsurf also the question that it didn't succeed. So one thing we're trying to figure out is why the outline styles for the huge island are not being applied. Even with using some 3GS examples, we're not able to apply the outline effect to the GLB files. So can you try to come up with another approach that would work? Maybe instead we should use shaders. Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem. We'll try it though. So that's not it either. It's literally rendering as a red circle until I get close. Like, I just see the red circle from far away, but until I get, then when I get close, then it renders. So there's some issue related to that. Can you make sure, like, if the red circle is rendering, that it's also rendering the GLB? Please do not create a fallback island. Do not do that. We want to fix this problem. Alright, I'm trying to find a post. Specific posts. Because it had another service for generating 3D models. I want to try both. I don't know. Alright, it's pretty weird. I'm gonna try and figure this out. I have a feeling it's related to something in here. It's still not working. Can you check this file, actually? I have a feeling it's related to this. Maybe there's some code in here related to distance. Yeah, that's what it is. 5. Yep. Ah. No, no, no. We're not doing that. Keep this fix really simple. So here's what we want to do. We want to make sure that the distance for the rendering of the GLB model is the same value as the constant in the chunk control. So just import that and replace it. Nice. It works. Looks pretty good. Not too laggy. Considering how many I'm rendering, I'm pretty happy with that. These shore effects are out of control, though. What the heck is that? Um, I'm gonna see if I can. Well, let's see. Which thing do we want to do first? There's like a million things to do here. Okay, so the first thing is let's just do the outlines. Let's make it a shader. All right, let's try it. Looks pretty good with the fog, actually. It's reminding me of Avatar a little bit. Oh, hey, Ryan. How's it going? That is interesting, Ryan. Are they doing that for game dev, or are they doing it for some back-end application or something? I mean, it would be interesting if I'm writing tests for all of this. I would never even consider doing that. But maybe that would help it get it right. Like, Definitely, if I work on like websites and stuff, that could be a really good approach. I'm gonna write it down. It's pretty interesting. I guess that's called test-driven developments. That's like what some people do, but now you just make the AI do it. I never did that. I don't like writing tests. It's like my least favorite thing. I'd rather just like stumble um, doing it. But if the AI is doing it, then I don't care. Thanks for the suggestion, though. It's kind of interesting. I'm gonna try it on like another project. I feel like with this one, it's gonna be a little bit too finicky, right? Because you have just so much UI stuff. Like if you write tests for UI stuff, you're gonna be changing it a lot. So you'll have to change the tests a lot too. Like I'm always changing the islands and changing. It's like, okay, now I gotta delete all these tests. But with the website and stuff, there's less stuff going on. So less UI testing, more logic kind of testing. Actually, I gotta say, this is the way to go. This looks so much better already. Even though I haven't even added the outlines and stuff, I mean, the game looks already way better to just adding these models. So what I was doing before, I think, is okay, but it's also very time consuming. Whereas this, I just generate a model, plug it in, has reflections and stuff. I don't really see any downside besides you can't really procedurally generate it, but that's about it. And it's going to be a little more performance intensive, but you can optimize it quite a bit. So I'm going to ask Grok a few things. So firstly, I want to know how many GLB files can I render, do you think, for a low-end mobile device to be able to run the game? Could I render most islands in this boat game I'm working on as GLBs? Or what would I have to do? Oof. Yeah, that's really low. For the reference here, my ship is 200,000 vertices. So I'm already almost hitting the limit for the low-end mobile device. So, yeah, that's going to require a lot of optimization to make that work. I guess that makes sense. Is there any like, okay, so let's say I have, you know, let's say I'm rendering 2 million vertices or something in each chunk in my game. Is there like an easy way to run a pass on the GLB programmatically and decrease the vertices? Does 3JS have any sort of import I can use to do that? Or do I actually have to go in and fix the model? Is there any way I can do it programmatically is my question. Because I am lazy. I'm very lazy. This might be interesting. Let me see if it's actually used. Sometimes I get suggestions from this that are like 2 installs. I'm like, okay, maybe not. Okay, awesome. That's awesome. Ah, that's cool. All right, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna try to. Okay, so the first thing is this. Okay, so let's say I have 2 million vertices per chunk. Could simplify get it down to 200,000, you think? Oh yeah, I think it's a really cool idea, Ryan. Yeah, especially for stuff like that's actually important that you get right. I think that's probably the way to go, right? I still probably wouldn't use it for anything really important, like planes or healthcare, but moderately important, maybe you could do that. You just start with the tests. I don't even know what's moderately important. I guess a lot of things are moderately important. AWS, moderately important. That makes sense. Like if you do a high reduction, like somehow it breaks the model. It's worth trying though. Oh, that's true. Could I maybe like go on a website and just upload the models, simplify the GLBs, and just have two, like on a low end mobile device, I load in these GLBs, on another device, I load in another different set of GLBs. Is that possible? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. And maybe I'll just separate it low end versus PC, honestly. Just simplest. So if you're on mobile, it loads a really simple set. 90% reduction, hopefully. And maybe let's do 50%, I guess. Okay, I think that's good. Because right now, mobile device cannot succeed according to Grok with what's going on right now. Because the ship itself is 200,000, so these are probably just like crazy. All right, let's get back to the outline stuff. So it looks like it generated a new file. But I think I already applied this. I was on cursor. Great. I'd love to change the outline effects because it's still not working to a shader approach that you mentioned earlier because there's still no outlines on the islands. So look at GLB outline effects and try to make it shader based and keep it really simple, but we just want it to work. So whatever you can do. I'm totally okay with completely changing the file to be very short as long as it does a simple outline. I'm gonna attach a few things. So the huge island and this. And then next we'll fix the shore effects. Oh, still not working. I wonder if the outline's maybe not big enough. Oh, I see the outline. Uh-huh. Wait, is that the outline? No, it's not actually. Sad. Let's start with making the GLB outline very large so I can see it, because I can't see it. So make it literally 10x what it currently is. And we'll test that. Okay, I'm gonna change the camera because I want to do something with my phone real quick. Because I'm actually just recording on the iPhone. Because it actually has a pretty good camera, so why not just use the iPhone? One second. One second here. I broke the camera somehow. Hey, I fixed it. let's try this new change here. So I basically just scaled it up a ton, I think. Okay, scale it 50%. It's not quite what I meant. We'll see if that works. I'm going to scale up way more than that just to make sure it's not working. Let's make it like 50. So I made it 50 and I still don't see anything. So something's wrong with it. Can you try to evaluate what it could be? There's no errors. So I changed to 50 and it's still not working. So can you try to evaluate what it could be? Okay, let's try this. Looks pretty simple, which I like. Yeah, this is a stubborn problem. What the heck? Why is it so hard to add outlines? I'll look it up. Oh, looks cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Oh, yeah, that's cool. So let's see, what does he use? Oh, I didn't install this library, which is the problem, probably. I would like to use this library, please. Can you redesign the file to use this? And I'm assuming it's just npm install this, right? Let's just check though. Yeah, here it is. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, this is really popular, so I think that'll be a nice addition. So let me run that real quick. Nice. Okay. We gotta change the whole render. Oof. If I'm reading that correctly. Right, because right now... Oh, interesting. We already changed it to some post-processing thing. I'm going to remove that and see what happens. And then we just want to... Oh, it wants me to replace this with this. Interesting. Okay. We'll see what happens. Whoops. My messages. Very private. All right. So, did we actually import this function? Okay, we did. It looks like we have an import problem, so let me just look at the file. Nice, so it's just another dot. Outline effects not defined, so probably just some remnant of what we had before. Yeah, so no longer defined, so we remove that, I think. Wow, that is really special. I mean, if it looks like this when it's small, what would it look like if I make it big? Jeez. All right. Yeah, I don't really understand all this stuff. I'm sort of just applying this code, but I don't really fully understand. Okay, we're replacing our old render with some new render that does something. Oh, it's the composer.render. Okay. So that's kind of what we had before, no? Because like if I look at what we had before, yeah, this is what we had before. So it's the same. So we're actually rendering the same way. For some reason it told me to comment this out, but this is already commented out. So something else is messing with our looks. Let me look at the render with effects stuff. I'll first ask it though. Before I do anything else. So after making this this change, the resolution is really, really horrible. Do you have any idea what it could be? Now you read it, I guess. So you go to the main. The resolution's still really horrible. Do you have any other idea what it could be? Otherwise, I'll just undo the changes. Can you double check the render function of main.js and make sure that that's probably where some issue could be, maybe some ordering, and why the resolution is so messed up now? Just take a look at that first. It's the animate function, I mean. Problem is I have two separate effects composers trying to operate. Uh, do I actually though, or is it just saying I do? This is one of those scenarios where I'm just like, it's like really stupid. It didn't change anything, just changed the comments. So somehow it thinks the comments are doing something. Okay. Like it didn't even change the ordering. Because that was my suspicion, is it's like the ordering of this maybe. Oh shoot. Yeah. Sorry for the. Wait a second. Yeah, it doesn't fix it, of course. So I changed the ordering maybe. Yeah, I mean this is really dumb. It's just removing a bunch of stuff completely unrelated to what we're talking about. All right. Yeah. So this is definitely not what it is, but try again. One thing I noticed is that whenever we make a change in the browser, it like fixes itself for a little bit. So try to figure out what something is conflicting here. Nice. I actually figured it out. I can respect that. But my islands look different. Sure, interesting. Because now they're underwater, so I did something there. But overall, that's pretty good. So now let's try the actual outline effects, now that it supposedly imported the library and did all this stuff. So okay, so now that we got the new library, this issue is fixed. So now I want you to make these outline effects really pronounced so we can see them, like 10x what the outlines are currently. And then we're going to move the position up. I'm just testing everything, make sure nothing broke with the changes. But yeah, looks good. Why is there animations? Hey. Why are we adding animations? Let's just use the post-processing 3GS library and the file, the GLB outline file. Oops. So yeah, it added a config. That's pretty good. STV looks pretty good, so let's try it. Kernel size. Okay. Let's just see if first sometimes it doesn't export something that it did. Oh, it's just can you fix this simple thing here? It looks like you maybe imported it from the wrong place. Is that variable changing anything or no? Let's change it to 700. Almost 750. Ooh, this looks cool with the fog. You can kind of see under. Oh, yeah, see, there's a lot more underwater if we want to add it, but honestly, what is this supposed to be exactly? Sort of hut or something. I like this. This is actually pretty cool. I could see that being kind of a cool little place. Got like a bunch of monsters here. More waves though. And we still have to get this black outline working, which is not so easy. Super strong. Bright red. Yeah, so if it was working, right, we should see. We should definitely see it. So I'm still not seeing it. What can you do some other evaluations? What else could it be? Let's try to figure this out. Ah, huh. It always says things very confidently, so we will try it. The model ID will not include that, so that is not how you would do that because it doesn't have that name. To test your theory, let's just disable LOD. Try it out. Just disable it. Let's see if it works. Aha. We have something. Oh, nice. It works. Yes, very cool. Um, Obviously it looks like garbage, but we have an outline. That is for sure. But is it the outline we want though? Do we want it to look like this, or should it be outlines and everything within it? The idea was like everything within it, right? Like this would have an outline. It might be challenging. Okay, I see the outline now, but I have some questions. So what I wanted to do is like everywhere within the GLB when there's like an edge, not just like the edge of the whole GLB, but like, for example, the rock in front of you, right? That should have an edge. Everything that has like an edge should have the outline. Is there any way to achieve that sort of effect? It's a little bit different than what's shown here. You understand what I'm saying? Interesting. It says it'll work. We'll try it. I'm getting this. Are you sure it exists? All right, adding some shaders. So I ended the recent change. So we know the general idea of what's going on here. That's at least good to know. Let's see one second. Oh, hey, Rob. How's it going? Should ask it to create its own effect. Maybe it'll be something you like. Yeah. It's true. I could try. It's not so easy. Not so easy. But we could try it. Let's just try something random. Okay, so here's the first thing we need to do though, because it's going to be the same thing that would happen this time, which is that this level of detail thing it added, it's going to interfere. So let's remove that first. So I'd like you to remove that level of detail thing in GLB loader. We're just doing this to test, so just remove that completely. And before I do that, I'm going to commit, because I undid that change because I'm a little bit like, I have some stuff here I don't really want to lose, so I'm going to commit. Yeah, I think this is all good. So. And then after that, we'll ask it to just make some effects, you know. Excuse me. See what it comes up with. So that's just attached to GLB loader. Okay, cool. So we've done that. And let's just make sure it gets to the same place. I don't think it actually removed it, so I'm gonna try again new chat, because maybe when the chat gets too long, it degrades performance. Maybe. Can you remove all the level of detail stuff from this file? We're removing it to test because it interferes with other stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna change something with this camera. question mark? Did I? Or is it the same? I think it's roughly the same, actually. Interesting. So let's try to just change the effect that it does and see what it can do. All right, I'd like you to completely redesign this file, make a really creative effects. Could be outlines, but try to make it really interesting on this GLB file. We want to change the style to make it unique. Yep, Jacob, just continuing to work on this. It's fun. I'm learning. Sometimes I get stuck. I have to kind of bail on it for now. But I think my plan is like just make another branch, keep track of it, and then when the models get better, I come back to it. Or I guess I can always try to do it myself too. So, but I generally prefer not to. So I usually just keep trying in different ways. If I can't get a certain thing to work, I just go to something else and try to get that to work. So far, it's usually, I mean, it's making progress. It's just not always the type of progress I would have like preferred. But we added the harpoon now, and it kind of works almost there. And now we're gonna make these islands loading in the all the islands. I think are just gonna be these GLB files because they look quite a bit better. So, and Jacob, thank you. Google Maps API having you sail different countries. Yeah. I think some people are doing that. Um, I think it's a really cool idea. What I want to do with this, like one of the creative things, I guess you could say, is like I want to hook up the NPCs to um, some model, and then you can talk to them in game. I think that'd be fun. And they all have their own characters, and I think it's been kind of done before, but maybe I could come up with some spin that um, would be interesting. Some of it will be already generated, and so not everything will be unpredictable. But yeah, anyways, um, turn Google Maps into a skybox. Yeah, that'd be cool. It's like a sim, sort of. So like you're in a certain country. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate that. Um, and you assume I pay for a subscription? I do. I'm actually paying not a trivial amount based on my excessive usage, but I sort of think of it as like education. Um, so even though, so I think total, okay, so $20 for the cursor, and then my usage is $60 in the past. I guess we're getting close to a month, so yeah, so $80. But I've been using it every day, so I don't know. Yeah, let's try the new outline that it just or whatever it created. I actually just said make something, so we'll see what it did. It looks like edit distortion. It's interesting. Easy integration. All right, let's try it. Okay, we probably have to update the things for the integration, which I think from now on I should specify. Do not change the way that we integrate with other files. That way we don't have to do this every time. So we go to the main. I must have accidentally just removed something. Now there's a lot of errors, so I'm actually gonna undo that, and then I'm gonna specify, hey, don't change the, because I don't even understand how that would affect the chunk controller. That's a little weird. So we're gonna undo it and try again, and specify, keep the existing functions that we're using exactly the same. Keep the existing functions, oh, wrong button. Keep the existing functions that we're using exactly the same. So don't, like, we're using a lot of these functions for integrations with other files. So don't change, things that would change imports or parameters, stuff like that. So in other words, work within the existing file structure. Now they're doing an energy field outline system. Pulsating energy field around models. That sounds pretty janky. We'll see. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of extra stuff that I actually really would not want to do. So this is why I don't. This is why I don't keep it vague, because now it's doing. I'll show you. It's like changing. We're adding some clock to our render function. Like, okay, I don't know. We already kind of have that, right? I mean, it's not really, but we just don't really want to add a bunch of stuff at the same time. That's why I kind of like try to specify like this very specific thing. What I do keep vague though is like when I'm doing some sort of animation or something. So I don't see any effects. Don't really know. I think it looks cool with the fog though, this area. So I might just make the fog permanent. Or close to maybe half and half. And obviously we need to fix all the collisions and shore effects and stuff like that. I think I'm going to put a pin in the outline effects for now, because I feel like I've spent a long time on this. So I'm going to move on to maybe some of the functionality part of this. So we're going to undo these two changes. So number one with these islands, we're going to have to make them so you can run into them. So that there's collisions on everything. So let's start with that. So now with these islands, we're gonna have to create pretty articulate collision boxes. Like with the other islands, it was just like a really simple sort of shape. What do you recommend we do? Is there like an easy way to do this, where we have a pretty complex looking shape with the new file? So how should we go about this, do you think? that's pretty dicey. Is there any tool we can use for this? Maybe some library to try to duplicate the shape of this island is going to be super difficult. It's pretty complex. So what do you recommend? Is there some sort of way to do this? Maybe in 3JS as like maybe some physics library that's you can bring in and be like, hey, this is a rigid body, this GLB. What do you think? It's not really a bullet. Well, it's not really a bullet, it's an island, right? So what about a rapier? I've heard about that. Is that good? So this will be interesting. Start working with the physics engine library. Will this work out of the box, or will I need to do something with my boat as well? Do I have to like? So basically, my question is, do I need to set every entity in this game? Take a look at my code base. Do I have to set them all to be rigid bodies? What's my approach here to integrate this into my current project? Interesting. How does that work though? So it doesn't even need to know that the other boat. Hold on a second. I don't really understand. So how does that work though? Like, for example, how does it know when the boat collides if I haven't registered the boat with the rapier library? Is it somehow, how does it even know that? But you didn't answer my question, right? Like, how does it know when the boat hits it if I haven't registered the boat with the library? Like, how does it even know about the boat if I'm not giving it the boat mesh? I'll attach game state and show you, right? Like, how will it know that the boat hits the, the island? Ugh. There's just no way it would work. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? Jesus, man. Yeah, I mean, it's just like sometimes, like, I see. I think I understand what's happening here. I mean, this is maybe making a little sense. So we do a precise check and we give it a position. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, rapier, it just needs the GLB. We check a position and it's able to tell in a 3D world whether we're in the GLB or not. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's try it then. All right, let's try it then. So please implement. I'm gonna install this physics library. Please implement it with our island, just the huge island to start, and then we want to check. Well, yeah, you know, so the huge island and I think the island manager might be the two places we might need to change code. Not a bad idea. Please, let me click it. No. All right, it's all right. All right, I do have to install this though. Oh, this is really not that popular of a. Hmm. Try it. I think it is new, so maybe that's why. But oh, I didn't mean to do that. But if it's new, there's probably not a lot of code for it. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work. Probably not. Um, how new is it exactly? Like, what I mean is that there's not a lot of training data on this particular library. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna run into some islands, see what happens. Might have to restart the server. Okay, yeah, so it already got the import wrong, which is kind of a bad sign. Let's try it. Just changing it to the right one. Although it does that with 3GS quite often, so. Okay. Any idea what this is? Let's just look up the import. So I did install it, and then okay, I'll just install both. Why not? But uh, I'm probably not going to use this. It's just not enough data on it, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to discard the changes. I have to find another library. All right, so we need a way more popular library to accomplish this. So choose the most popular library for collision detection of GLBs. That will be a pretty simple implementation, hopefully. And taking the context of my code base to see what would be the easiest to integrate. Wait, 3GS has built-in stuff? Really? Okay, so I'm gonna stop this because here's what I want you to do. I want you to explain what you're doing and don't code at all. Just explain what you're about to do, and then we'll decide whether or not that makes sense. So I'm asking you that this 3GS approach, how are you going to do it with 3GS? Are you going, what is the built-in functions that 3GS provides for this GLB collision detection? But when for complex shapes, this bounding box be wildly inaccurate because it's just like boxes. No. My requirements are I need to be able to have collision detection for complex shapes, and we're not going to do estimation because the shapes are too complex. These are huge shapes. So we need to find a library that can successfully do this without us building the estimations. Unless 3GS already has a functionality for estimations, because we're not going to do that ourselves. And they need to be somewhat accurate estimations because these are complex shapes. Okay, we're going to look up this library, verify that it's actually used somewhat. So I'm not going to make that mistake for the third time. Ha. This is classic, sort of. 6 years ago, one, maybe two versions. First version and one minor version, maybe. Like, you plug that in, it's just going to be not very good. Also, it's using raycasting, which, like, what? That's not even what I'm trying to do. That'd be very laggy. There's got to be something out there, though. I mean, it's just you have a GLB file, try to make a decent estimation for the collision boxes. Maybe that doesn't exist. I don't know. Let me try grok though. Haven't had much luck today with the Max, Cloud Max. So what I'm trying to figure out, I'm loading in complex GLB files for the islands. Like they're very complex shapes. Are there any libraries, anything I can use to try to build a good collision box for these islands? It can't just be like a square, and I don't really want to try to do that myself, generate these collision boxes. What do you recommend? What are some of the approaches for this problem? In my project, I'm using 3JS and JavaScript. That's it. Ammo.js, what does this do? Oh, that's exactly what I want. Then patch the mesh geometry to ammo.js. Great stuff. Exactly. Thank you. Oh, that's cool. That's an option. Just load it into Blender and generate it somehow. Let me just see how ammo.js library, see how much it's used. Okay, this is not a popular library either. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely not using that either. All right, so I guess that's kind of, we just have to do something with Blender. So how do you do that with Blender to generate this collision mesh thing? How does it work? How do I do it? Why do I have to generate a low poly version? Why can't I just check if we... Is there any way to just check if I'm colliding with the current GLB? I know it's performance, but how do I do it? Like, so let's say I don't want to use ammo.js. How do I just do it myself? Do I have to actually build? So, is there no out of the box 3GS thing where I can just be like, am I in this GLB? Well, I didn't realize this would actually be as hard as it is. I have to think about this. It's actually, this will not be easy. No libraries are used very much for this. Okay. And hold on, I'm gonna check something that what do you call it? Arcade. I'm gonna see if did this guy make collisions on all his stuff? If he did. Okay, he didn't, right? So it can't be easy, right? Because I'm actually not even sure how I would do it. I mean, I need to maybe use one of these libraries, I guess. But I kind of want to just do it myself. Let's see. One second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back officially. All right. So we gotta figure out how we want to do this. Raycasting. So can you explain to me how exactly raycasting would work here? And secondly, is it performant enough to be constantly doing that? Right. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, if you're within the the island's bounds, which that is an easy check, because that's just like a cube, right? And then you do the raycasting. But I don't know much about this, so I'm gonna ask: is this a common approach? Like, would you say, for example, the libraries like Rapier, and is that what they're doing, or and if they're not doing that, why are they not doing that? Is it not as performant or something? Interesting. Right, because we're just talking about I have one island, right? Like you're next to one island, so you're doing recasting. But if let's say you're playing Call of Duty, you got like 70 objects, then it doesn't make sense. So I guess the question is, does this game, is there going to be like a million objects that you're close to? If there is, then maybe I should import this library and just I might have to do it the old-fashioned way of learning how to use it, which is not that horrible, but there's just not enough people using these libraries to use it well with cloud. At least I don't think so. Thin walls, grazing collisions. I think this game's probably just going to be like islands, right? And then maybe some caves. Maybe one day, if it's kind of fun, then maybe you do something like this. So I think I'm going to keep it simple. So I'm going to plug in some files, and we're going to do a little test. And I'm going to stick with grok for now, because it's been a little more productive this way. Excuse me. So I'm going to attach some files. We're going to run a raycast collision test. And I want you to show me how to do it. I attached 3 files, the game state, the GLB loader, and the island. Show me how to use these 3. So I think I'm just going to plug each step in. This is a new thing I'm going to try here. So we're going to start with the amateur creating chat. I'm going to discard any recent changes. Okay, I already did. So first step. Okay, step 2. I'm sure you store the GLB model. Oh, that's actually interesting. Okay, they did it very similarly. Okay, let's just apply it then. I guess we can just add this, right? Cast a downward ray. Why only downward? For step 2, why are we only casting a downward ray? So it's a boat, right? So shouldn't it be all the directions around the boat? Okay, I get it. That makes sense. Just a test, right? We start with the down ray. Okay, cool. Let's try that. We already have a loop, so. Let's see how they put it in the game loop, right? Yeah, we can just copy this and try it out. Because we're just testing for now. Okay, step 3, test the collision setup, create an island, and start the game loop. Oh, we're already doing that. If it's really that simple, that's actually gonna be dope. But I have a feeling it's probably not gonna be. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Gotta put this. Actually, this is the right import. Let's see what's going on here. It's not export. Oh, I didn't save it. Critical error. Right, we didn't export that either. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Oh, we did. Game states. Maybe we didn't import it. Yeah. All right, so we got a huge island right here. Let's just run into it, I guess. Okay. And granted, we are casting a downward ray, right? So maybe we try a different direction. Let's just check. So yeah, we're not ever printing this, so that's good enough. I guess we can just modify this and just do like over here. See? Let's just add a ton of prints because I'm curious what this is even doing. It's not even getting in here somehow. Oh, did we actually not put in the right function? Classic. Put it here to test. Okay, so it is calling the function at least, so that's good. So let's just remove the print. change back the this guy. Okay, we're gonna see if it ever gets here, and all the other things. So let's just make sure that array is not empty. Okay, it looks like it's always empty, so that's the problem thus far. So for some reason the island meshes array is always empty. Can you take a look at that? Fix it. So what we do? I will try it. Okay, island mesh is still empty. I'm going to ask grok instead, because I've really had bad luck today with anything cloud related. For some reason the island mesh is always empty, the array. Can you figure out why? Here are the files. I mean, can't we just, do we even need to do any filtering and stuff? Let me look. Like, why are we filtering it? Just, okay, yeah, see? It's here. Well, so we were doing the filter wrong, or something. I guess we can just look what is in the array. So it's a group, 3GS group, right? Or something. Filter entry mesh. I'll just paste this so he knows how the object looks. We can generate a new one. This is how the object looks. I removed the filter and map from the function, and then the array appeared. So something to do with the filtering. Do we need to do this? Alright, I'm just gonna remove it and modify the other part to be to use it correctly. Oh, got some messages. Did not see. Oh no, sorry, that's the old stuff. Okay. So where are we using this? We're using it here. Then we do dot length, which is that works. What else are we doing? But when we use this raycaster thing, which is a 3GS, we have to pass in the right thing, right? So I think it's you would pass in dot mesh, right? Let me look at the object. Because right now we have an array. This is an array. Oh, it's probably an array of meshes or something. That's why we're doing filters. Oh, these GLB meshes are both null, which is kind of the problem. We also have this mesh. Oh, I see. Okay, so what if we just rename what it said? So it did filter GLB mesh. What if we just rename it to mesh? Then we should just get the meshes, right? Wait, is it working? Or is it just like lagging? How hard is that? Oh no, it says boat is colliding with the island, which is decent. And let's see if I'm... Now I'm not. Boom. Nice. That's actually pretty cool. Alright, let me go really fast. Nice. So now we just have to adjust it to be a little more accurate, but it kind of works. Okay, so I think instead of doing downward, because right now what is it doing, right? It seems like when it hits, the ray hits something that's below it. Instead we want to change it to something like in front of it and stuff like that. So let's just try messing around with this for a while. So if we change it to 0, and this is -1, what would it do? Okay, so now it crashed for some reason. Did I change something, or? I don't think so. It says 198. Okay, gotcha. So that's probably something to do with loading, right? Like, it hasn't loaded in yet, something like that. Let me try reloading one more time, but yeah, I think that's basically what it is. So basically, we only want to run this if island meshes has already been defined. So. What? I'm gonna rebuild because that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I don't know. What is the problem? I plug in error. What is the problem here with this? That's what I did. I already did that. Okay. Okay, new chat. Oh, I'll just print it. That's a reasonable idea. Because it's very mysterious. Just trying to think it through, but it doesn't make sense. Undefined reading length. Hey. Objects.length. Is this group supposed to have a length? What's weird is it just worked. So what changed? Some sort of weird problem. So this group, but this is a 3GS group, right? So it's defined. We're passing it in. But then the dot length is undefined somehow. Very mysterious. I delete the dist folder because that's what I do when things are weird and don't make sense to me. Okay, now let's run it again. Very mysterious. I'm going to try something, which is comment this out, just to double check. Alright, grok time. I understand. What could this possibly be? This is a really weird error to me. Like, I'm checking if it's null, so why am I getting this? Oh no! What have I done? I didn't read the full line. Okay, that should work. Cool, let's try it out one more time, but it's working. Okay. So it collides when the ray below hits it. So let's try the X just to see. So right now I am colliding or no? I'm going to probably remove some of these so I can understand what is happening. Okay. Okay, boat is colliding with an island, so yeah, kind of works. I'm gonna try to reduce the lagginess next. Also, I wish I'd keep not spawn in an island because I'm trying to test. Okay, cool. Okay, so that kind of works. So now the next thing. All right, cool. So this kind of works. Now the next thing is, can we like check how long the ray is? So for example, if the ray is greater than 2 units, right, then it's not actually a collision. Is that sort of the next step to get that working? Nice. Nice. That looks pretty good. Cool. Let's add this stuff. Okay, and now we're going to set it like the distance to be very short. So distance bone length divided by 2. Let's make the distance like 0.1 or something. Just to test that it shouldn't be showing that we're colliding until we actually do. Also, in order to decrease the lag, you should only do it like, once a frame, something like that. Because right now it's probably doing it like a million times, so it just slows everything down. No collisions detected, right? Cannot tell with the spamminess of these. All right, let me get closer. almost there. And then after that, we'll make it only like once a frame. Maybe once every 2 frames, because whatever. Oh, what was that? No, it's just supposed to. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. That's basically exactly what we want. Like, obviously, you change the values a little bit, so it's not 0.1, it's 0.5, and then we just need to change it so it's once every. Because honestly, this doesn't need to be that precise. Like, who cares? Like, even if they glitch into stuff, which they will, like, I don't care. It's not that big of a deal. They're going really fast. They might just glitch into stuff. But you can always just like, allow them to reset themselves or something. All right, cool. All right, so it's really laggy. So the next thing I want to do is we only do these rays maybe once every 2 frames. Is that reasonable? What do you think? Grok is actually really good. I might just use grok for a while. It's actually faster because you know even it doesn't have to apply. I mean, today and yesterday just been applying stuff, but grok seems to do pretty well. Like I don't even think I got the suggestion when I was trying to do the collisions from the other models. But this is clearly going to work, and it's going to work acceptably well. There's not really. All right, so we're going to grab these things. I already have that. Let's see, where is the actual frame counter being used? It's being used. So I'm gonna ask it to. So we don't really want to modify the game loop for this. Can we do this in the the collision function? I really don't want to modify. I thought maybe getting a mic would help the whisper flow, but so far, no. Still great, but I thought maybe it was the mic. That's why I keep. Maybe it's just the way I speak. Could be. Okay, so they're just putting this here. This is kind of weird, but that's fine. Yep. Cool. Yep, that's pretty simple. Just put that up here. Although states is it's kind of like a singleton thing, something. Check boat. Can you do this? This is so weird. So you have the function and you have .state. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm actually gonna just learn about that because I've never seen this before. Can you explain what this is? So you can do like .state for a function. That's kind of interesting. Is that like something? Does it need to be? Yeah. What is that? That's so weird. Okay. I don't know. I'm not like a JavaScript person, so I don't really know. But I've never seen stuff like that, so it's kind of interesting. Because in my mind, it's like a function. I didn't know you could have like just define. Wait, does it? Maybe is that like a keyword? You can't. That's fine. Error. Let's see if it works. Okay, definitely less laggy. Still laggy though. So let's maybe try to make it every 10 frames or something. And we can also reduce maybe the amount of rays or something. Okay, still laggy. How many directions we got here? Front, rear, left, right, top. We don't need a top and bottom, so let's get rid of that. I think I saw the print. I think I saw it for like a second. We have so many other prints, I'm going to remove these. It's only 2 prints actually, but get in the way. Oops. Okay, let's run into it. Oh, no. Strange. Don't know why that didn't work. Let me go over here. Let me comment out the frame counter stuff just to check if that's potentially the issue. Oh, right. The optimization you do here is you check if you're in the border of the islands, and then you start running the rays, but you don't always run them. Because you can do that, because you know the size. Okay, so I'm going to increase the distance. Yeah, like 2. Because maybe we're just never hitting 0.5. That's like a really small amount. Even though we're going through it, it's like we're kind of just like clipping through it. See, I can clip through it, but let's see if I go normal speed. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start the prints to understand why it's not getting. Well, here's the thing, like we knew the code before worked, so we could always go back and get rid of the directions. Because they're doing some other stuff now. They're applying a... I've seen that word before, but I don't remember what it is. Quaternion. Until I'm not an expert. I'm going to go back to what worked before the directions, because we can always add that in a different way. So we know this worked. And this is basically like the front, right? It's shooting out of the front of the boat. You have a ray. I can understand that. So now let's test it, make sure it still works. Yeah, so boat is colliding with the island. We're close enough to collide. So let's plug into grok again. This time, we're going to ask it to implement our frame rate thing on this code rather than the other code. Think harder. So can you add the... oops. What? Can you add the frame rate code to here? So we want to make this so it runs every 3 frames, something like that. So a very similar code. Cool. Let's try that. Cool. Let's make that 10, I guess. And the reason why it says we're always colliding is because there's no distance on it, so... Can we now add the distance to this code? So just this direction, add the distance should make it like 2 or something. Okay. Try that. That's good. See, now we're not colliding. Let's see if we get close. Nice. Okay. It's just a little finicky probably because of the distance. Let's set it to like 10. Nice. That worked pretty well. Let's even set it to maybe 20, I guess. Nice. That's perfect. Yep, right there. Now let me go faster. Nice. Cool. And now that I'm thinking about it, an optimization we can do is just only do the front of the ship because you can only go forward, really. So I feel like it doesn't really matter so much. Like, okay, yeah, if I go up here, yep, every time I'm getting a nice collision there. And I still have an acceptable frame rate, so not so much now. Let me try making every 20 frames. But there's another thing. I remember I'm doing raycasting for the actual clicking of I have a world raycaster here. And I remember I did not set it, so it's limited. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and check that we're not constantly calling that, because that could also be something that's going to cause some issues. Okay, so, but once I activate the ability, nice. Yeah, so, interestingly though, it doesn't really cause much lag, okay? So, I guess it doesn't matter. But definitely the game is quite a bit laggier once the new raycasting stuff. And it's not even like the frame rate's dropping so much. It's just kind of like sort of just janky for some reason. Weird. I'm gonna test something though. So if I set this, let's say I set this to be 200, right? We should see a drastic improvement. I want to make sure that that's actually working. Okay, yeah, I think so. What was it to like 150? Is that good enough? Obviously, I can still go through stuff. So 150, yeah. I mean, what is that? Like basically a second, right? 60 frames. So it's checking every second that I'm colliding, which doesn't really seem like that much to me. Okay, let's see if I can go full speed and if it stops me or not. That's kind of the test, right? Okay, it does, right? So that's probably good enough, even though it's like, okay, boom. Oh, so it needs to be a little lower, I guess. Let's do 50. I guess for those people who are joining, we're doing raycasting for the collisions for the islands. So I'm adding some new islands, and we're trying to figure out how to make sure that you actually stop when you hit the borders. And we kind of settled on doing raycasting. So that's basically just like a ray shooting out of your ship. I don't know what it is, which I honestly didn't really know. So. Okay, so I think once it detects that you hit it, then it'll bounce you back. And the way that I can see that it's hitting it is these prints over here. So we're not really doing anything if you collide at the moment, but now we're going to add the behavior for if you get the print. You should fly back or something. But if I go full speed, I still can run through it like probably 50% of the time. So probably need to change that. I'll see how laggy this is. I'm gonna ask Grok this particular problem because I'm not really understanding. Because it's just a little janky. Like, how do we make sure that it's still smooth? It's impossible. Here's my Grok. So right now, I'll show you the code, but we're doing every 30 frames, we're doing array, just one off of the ship, and it's still affecting the performance. Do you have any idea why? What can we do? So today I've been having a much better luck using Grok. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Because like we haven't optimized the new GLB we added for the island, so it's probably like for reference, my ship apparently is 200,000 vertices from this site. So I can only imagine what this one is. So that explains why it's kind of laggy, I guess. I think we already did some optimization, but let's see if we can do more. Maybe I'll plug in the the GLB loader to grok and see if it can figure out if there's a way for us to reduce it, like the vertices or maybe some other optimization. This is my current GLB loader. Is there any other optimizations we can do? Maybe we could reduce the vertices somehow. Is there any anything I can do there without actually modifying the file? So obviously you go really fast, you just clip through it, right? But if you are going normal speed, which most people will be, sear me. Yeah, let's see, it's got a few ideas. So it thinks it's a high poly mesh, which it probably is. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do it. I know you can do it in Blender, so let me open up Blender. It told me that earlier. And we'll just open the file and we'll do... I doubt it will take that long. Oh, I have to do this. So you go File, Import. Public, and then the Island 1. We're going to be able to see how many vertices this is, so I'm kind of curious. It's already lagging. Can you write a quick script to Blender to check how many vertices are in the selection? And I just have to enable the Blender MCP. So this is probably the only thing, like, just simple scripts for now that the MCP can do. If it tries to make shapes, it's not super great. I think I still have it enabled, so let's see if it works. Alright, yeah, so it didn't connect to the MCP for some reason. I tried the other day. It worked, so I don't really know. New. So select it, then you run it. And you do it here, actually, in the console. Not sure. Let me try select the... Can you use the Blender MCP to do the script? Oh, here we go. Yeah, now it works. Oh, I see. I have to be in edit mode, so you press tab for that. And I'll try again. Let's see here. I'm going to use its exact script that it did. Oh, I think it's just indentation stuff. Unclear. Oh well. Let's see. So now I'm going to try to figure out how to do the simplifying. Let's see if the MCP can do that out of curiosity. Could you potentially simplify the number of vertices in the model? So also, can you just tell me how many vertices there are? I can't see it in the console, the prints, so see if you can first check how many vertices there are currently, and then after that, run a simplify to reduce the amount of vertices. Oh yeah, it's using the decimate. That's what Grok was saying. There's like a decimate function in Blender, and it did it by 50%, so it'll be interesting to see if it'll still look good or not. So can you tell me the before and after of this? How many vertices before and how many after? Oh, okay, yeah. So this is actually pretty good because my ship, the ship alone, has more vertices than this, and this is enormous. So I think we're ready to go then. Let's just export the. Hopefully, we'll see some performance increases. And I'm gonna call it item island 3, just in case it's all messed up. Okay, and then we rebuild and everything. We'll see what it looks like. Hell yeah, it looks actually exactly the same. So we just reduced the vertices by 50%. Still looks pretty good. And definitely already performing. I'm actually really happy with that. It's way better now. Okay, cool. And the collisions are working too. So that's pretty good progress. Now, what we want to do next is when we detect a collision, it should shoot the ship backwards or something, which we already have a function for somewhere. I think it's in ship controller or something. So I'm going to ask it to do that. So we have some code in game state for the ship collision, and now we want to apply a knockback in the direction, the opposite direction that the player is facing. So right now we're just using the assumption that they can only do collisions based on like where they're going forward. So the ship is always going forward. So just move them in the opposite direction. So that should be the keys dot backward, in other words. So just apply that direction to the knockback, and I'll attach the functions. So I'm just going to go to the functions that are relevant and attach it. And we also have the ship controller, which we have the knockback. I'll just attach the whole file. So basically use this. Ship knockback in that same collisions function in game state. And I think one thing I'm going to do before that, when I really like my changes, I just commit to be safe, because sometimes I accidentally get in a hole. All right, cool. All right, let's see what it did. Okay, so I have a just a cooldown, which is fine. Okay, cool. Let's try it. It's shaking the camera, so I didn't ask it to do. All right, we'll try it. All right, probably some error. All right, so I don't like it because it broke my stuff, so I'm gonna undo it, and I'm gonna go back to grok because today cannot just the cloud just always has not worked. So I don't know. So we're gonna do the same thing with grok, and I'm gonna use the same exact prompt actually. Oh, that's my girlfriend. Thank you. Yeah, it's I'm loading in the models instead. Instead of trying to get 3GS to make something good, because that's just a struggle. It's much easier to use a site like this. There's a few of them. I forgot the name for the other. It's in my Twitter somewhere, but this is the one I used. This is my prompt, and so yeah. And I think it looks pretty good with the fog. Actually, it looks really good. I'm actually really happy with that. Jeez. Cool. All right, let's go look at grok. So it brings down the frame rate. Well, definitely before it did. because it was a lot of vertices, but then I just reduced it in Blender 50%. It's a lot better now. And I can maybe even reduce it more because it didn't change what it looks like at all. So, I mean, honestly, yeah, like it already looks pretty good. So just if we want to make it. Also, another thing, it seems like it's only lagging when we render new stuff. So like right here, right? So when I go really fast, so maybe we just need to um, just render less of them, I guess. Reduce the distance. All right, back to grok. What are we doing? See, okay, this is what I like. Like, yeah, thank you. Grok does not put in a bunch of stuff. Like, I didn't want the camera to shake. I just wanted to apply a ship knockback, and it just did exactly what I said. And so I appreciate that. Don't want this other stuff. Sometimes it's nice, but a lot of times it breaks the stuff that I'm trying to do. So. See, and it didn't change anything with knockback, just literally 4 lines. Thank you. Whoa, what is that? Wacky. Oh, I forgot to import it, which is a critical error. All right, cool. So it definitely applies it. The only thing I think it needs to change the configuration to be much higher. So let's do like 50. And I might need to be the other direction. I'm not really sure, but let's check it. Okay, so it just freezes me for some reason. Don't really know. Oh, I bet it's like it's just being applied over and over and over again. Somehow I'm stuck. I'm gonna let Grok take a look at the actual knockback function too to see if there's any bugs. Because I don't know if I'm using it anymore even. I know we made it, but is this function working? Right now it's just I'm frozen in place. Can you take a look at this? So we do know it's triggering though, which is good on collision. It's just that my ship is frozen and it's just printing knockback over and over again. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, right? It's just like, oh, let's try that. let's reverse the velocity, and let's also set the reverse. Let's just set this to false. Oh, actually, not here, but in the game state. And we're going to reverse the direction, so -1. Okay, still frozen. I guess, oh, this is the direction. I actually don't know what this is. What is the second parameter? Oh, it's the force. Okay. So let's go ahead and set this to -1. Hold on a second. So actually with Sea Monster, they already have exactly what we want. So let's just look at how we do it there. It's right here, I think, but I think it's actually not here. I have a lot of code that's not being used, so it's not ideal. Oh, it is here, I think. Let me make sure. I'm going to see where this is being called. If it's being called in all the places, then it's probably being used. Where's this? Update. Sea Monsters. Are we using this still? Okay. So yeah, probably. Okay, so we'll just use this. So it's monster collision, lockpick duration. So we should probably do something like this, right? Where we say the island is here, like in the future, the island is here, and you somehow do some math. I don't know. But later, just want to test the flyback first. But overall, it looks very similar to what we're doing, so I don't really think there's much to change. I guess I will reduce the factor because it doesn't need to be 50. I'm plugging in my phone here. Let's see what else Grok said. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's a really good way to do that. Just pretty easy. I think that's the only thing that changed, right? I think nothing else. Oh, right here. Right. That'll work. Because we already have a flag. So just need to import it. redirection. So I assume they defined it, I just didn't see it. Where is it? There it is, yeah. Oh, it's just literally, okay. I thought they were doing something smart, but they just kind of rewrote it a little bit. Interestingly, it's still burning all the time. Is it getting in here? Okay, so it's definitely this function's not working because it's getting called once, right? So we should fix it, and then that'll be good for the future anyway. So because we're gonna need a lot of situations. Oh, it's actually calling it all the time. Oh, I think it's because the duration of the bounce is really tiny, right? Let's make it like 5 seconds just to see. Yeah, so now it's printing every 5 seconds. Makes sense. But you know, while it's bouncing, it should be applying some force to the boat, which it's not doing for some reason. Boat velocity. Where's actually setting the boat to do something? Should actually move the boat, right? Oh, I think it's like what Grok said, like it keeps resetting the velocity maybe, so that it doesn't move. Yeah, let's print. This could be right here. It's somehow doing something there. Or just keeps resetting it over and over again. Okay, so it's not that. Well, I'm just making sure it's not here either. Okay, good. Not here. I'm just gonna do one thing to check. What if we make it so the force is like 20 or something? Is it gonna move the boat or no? Actually is moving the boat. It is moving the boat, actually. It's just very slow. I guess let's just crank everything ridiculously just to see. mysterious. Let's just force it, you know, just put in some code to make it like, even if it's like a position thing, it's fine for now. Right now, the boat is still getting totally stuck. Can we try something kind of extreme just to, you know, try to get it to work sort of, so that we can work backwards to understand. We do, yeah, like just a position thing. Because I bet somewhere is just like overriding the velocity, right? One second, I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Cool, I'm back. I wonder if we could just write a new knockback function. But I think first what I'm gonna try to do is see what windsurf thinking, because I like that one a little better, to be honest, than the new Max. It's just been a little struggle, little bit of a struggle with it, honestly. But I don't want to judge too much. So let's try this one. So right now in when we're applying the ship knockback on collision in game state of an island, it just gets stuck. Can you find any other place where maybe overriding the velocity? We know that the monster knockback works, and that's using the same function. So can you try to understand what's happening here? Come up with like 2 to 3 different ideas, and we'll go through them and see which one's more plausible. So it's not that. We know it's not that. Velocity reset without proper knockback. Oh, that could maybe be it. Let's look. Uh, did it just make that up? Because it's not here. That's set. This is occurring at line 230. 230. No, it's not. Okay, interesting. I'll just check if anywhere in the code base we're doing that, or if it just totally is. It probably meant to say ship controller, right? I assume. Yeah. So I already checked. We're not hitting this. So this is not the issue. Knockback parameters need tuning. So that's not the issue. All right, we got a little stubborn one. Let's make a new function. Let's make a new function for the knockback, and we'll do it in game state. We'll do it directly on the boat's position. So instead of using velocity, we're just going to directly manipulate the position of the boat. Yeah, we're just going to do it this way. Make a function in game state, make it pretty simple. But it's going to be a temporary thing just to get it to work, and we'll fix it later. Yeah, let's do it. Apply direct knockback. Dates direct knockback. Okay. We'll do it for now. Like, we'll probably just change it later. Okay, need to import it. I don't think it imported it, right? Okay. And it's not controls, it's actually here. Okay, and then we just have to call it. So we just replace the old call that we're doing, which is here. I ran out of credits. Sorry. So it looks like it's direction, distance, options, which is roughly the same. Duration. So let's do it. So we have some different stuff. So let's just fill this out. Duration. Yeah, I think it's fine. Cool. And let's see, do we need anything else? Don't think so. Here, let's try it out. Oh, nice. You see that? That's cool. Cool. Yep, simple. Works. Obviously, the code is like not great, but it's fine. I think. And then let's just make it a little slower, and you just go less far. That's pretty much it. And so where the heck is it? So duration, the height boost. Where's the velocity? It should be in here. Doesn't really have much control, so that's fine. I'll just see what it does now. Actually, that's fine, honestly. All right, cool. I'm gonna push that. All right, let's do some harpoon stuff. So I guess if there's any new people here, the harpoon is going to be a way to like reel in monsters, drag them around. Also, it's a grappling hook, so if it hits an island, which is actually interesting. I haven't tried it yet on these. I'm not sure if it'll work. But yeah, you can bring your boat to the island. You'll be able to like drag the monsters into the island and they will get damaged. So it's like got a lot of components to it. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't work on these islands, so the grapple. But let me just trigger a monster. So if I get him and then I drag him around, then I can like, the idea is like you reel him in, so you press R and then you like hit him with the shotgun, which is this thing. I'm kind of realizing though maybe the cannonballs should have some, it's kind of hard to see them. Let me test the collision a little more though, because it's kind of cool. Okay, it didn't work. Interesting. Okay, so it sometimes works. I think it's fine. So where we were at with the harpoon, which I've been trying a few different ways today to get to work, is like when you have the monster on the harpoon, after a certain amount of time, the harpoon should break. And there should be maybe some visual effects, you know? Like I think the harpoon should change color as there's like, it's becoming clear it's gonna break. Maybe the red is like when it's about to break, but it's like normally green, something like that. Or maybe it's white to red, like white, orange, red. Yeah, kind of like white, orange, red, maybe. So let's start with just the breaking first. And this time, I failed quite a few times using Cloud and Windsurf. I mean, Cursor's agent, Windsurf's agent. So I'm gonna try grok this time. I always like never try grok first because I really like the apply. It's like workflow, but it's like sometimes gets me into a hole. I have to. All right. So let's start with just copying in the harpoon shot. I'm gonna create a new chat for this. And we shouldn't need this, I don't think, because this is just damage. It should be. Does it have the island grappling though? Does it have anything to do with? I will attach it. All right, so I attached two files. One is the harpoon shot. One is the should be the damage for the harpoon, but potentially has some other logic. What we're trying to do is we want to create a new file, and this file is going to be responsible for kind of the tension system of the harpoon line. So basically, when should it break? And at the beginning, we want to keep it really simple. So the monster over, let's say, a period of 5 seconds, if you are dragging it, which is one of the states of the harpoon. So dragging is when you're at max tether length, which is defined in the harpoon damage system. And if you're at max tether length for, let's say, 5 seconds, then the line should break. And we just want to start with that. So when the line breaks, the harpoon resets for the user, and the sea monster is free to leave. And they're reset, so their color should go back to the normal default. So there's a lot of components here. Let's just start with the harpoon line breaking, and make sure you keep it in a separate file, and show me how to integrate it with the harpoon shot file. So you can probably see why this has been a struggle. There's a lot of details, which when I tried to plug it, it just kind of loses some stuff. So Because there's like 3 different states for the harpoon. So there's the grappling, there's the dragging, there's the reeling in. So it's just like a lot of stuff, and it breaks it. But I haven't tried grok, so. Excuse me. Okay, cool. Harpoon tension system. I like it. I like how they kept it simple too. Oh, cool. We already have a handle line break. Really? The rest of the file? Do we already have? What? No, we don't. Suspicious. So we're just adding more imports. I mean, and then updating the animate. That's pretty much it. And then we're going to test it. Okay, spawned in the island. Interesting. So let's go find a monster. I might go ahead and the radar is extremely wonky, so all right, I'm gonna remove the water so I can see where they are. Cool, so we're gonna import the boat to the right place. I'll try again. All right, cool. So let's see what happens after like 5 seconds. It should detach, but it doesn't, which I won't be surprised if it doesn't work. First try. So I believe that was 5 seconds. Let's see. Let's just see if it enters the part where it should break the line. Okay, so it's definitely not entering that. So is it entering the part where we're setting some sort of timer? Let's see where it's using the tension time. So this is where let me go ahead and make it so I can see better. Spoon is attached or is reeling. It's not attached. All right, that makes sense. Or is not attached monster. Yeah, I think that all that makes sense. So cool. Greater than or equal to. So let's check if it's entering here. It's kind of a critical point. Okay, cool. So it enters here. So let's see if it enters here, and we'll set all the rest of the prints. So this will be good to see, and we'll also print these things. Oh, nice. It did call it at some point that something was going on. That's for sure. It was doing something weird. It kept getting reset. See, it gets to 0.26. And something just keeps resetting it. So let's look at all the times that it resets and let's just remove that. So here, here, we'll start with those two. And I bet you it'll work. And then we'll just figure out why it's triggering this. Oh yeah, see, now it just broke instantly, which is kind of strange. Let's set it back to 5 seconds. Oh, yeah, it got called immediately, so something's a little wacky there. Let's look at the prints. Time under tension. Time under tension. Get harpoon ID equals the current time minus the tension start time. Okay, so let me think through this. So first it goes here. We set our attention time. Then we get the attention time, current time, which is the same. So that first loop is going to be 0. All right, so I'm going to plug in my findings so far, see if you can understand. So I set the timer to 5 seconds, and I removed some of the deletes because I was testing, and it looks like now immediately as you hit the max tether length, it breaks. So there's some sort of strange logic with the timing. It's not actually 5 seconds. Try to maybe rewrite this to be a little more robust, I guess. Let's just make sure this is being called. I think it is, right? Okay. Date time. See, what's this strange notation? Delete. Oh, 1 second. So now what we can maybe check is no, not that. Let's see. What if instead of relying on the timing there, let's just use the actual time? Can we do that just to check? No, I mean the actual time. Get time isn't the actual time. That's like also the delta time too. No, I mean let's literally just get the time. You know, the function. Nah, strange. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna try a different model. Try to understand. So right now the issue is that instantly the harpoon line breaks, even though the time is being set for 5 seconds. There's got to be some timing issue here. So it could be something related to likely what we're doing in the function, because we use the time a lot in other places and it works for timing. So it's probably not a fundamental issue, but just with this function. Can you try to figure it out? No, but even with it commented out, it instantly breaks the line. Why would that be the case? We try it. Hmm. Oh, hey, Rob. How's it going? Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm gonna add that to the list here. 1 second here. Industry standards, best practices. I like that. Actually, let's just go ahead and do it, man. I don't know what's so hard about this particular request because this is the third time we're getting a little stuck on this one. All right, I'm gonna reset. No, I'm not gonna reset the file, but I am going to try generating it again from what we got. All right, using best practices and industry standards, please redesign the harpoon tension system to work. If this works, Rob, you win. Watch this work. That would be like new hack. All right, cool. So it actually already works with our existing code. We might need to change something. Maybe not, though. Interesting. Let's try it. To research and apply. Okay, we'll try that next. Yeah, we just need to import that. It's fine. Log this, please. Mm. Define this. Also define any other function you see is undefined. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna revert because it's just too much stuff that's not working. I'm not really too surprised, but it was a good try, I think. Let's see. So um, I'm down to try any prompts. So thanks for suggesting it, though. I'm always down to try because you never know. Sometimes weird stuff works. Cool. So basically, what is it doing, right? It's just continually resetting it every time. Okay, let's look at real closely what it's doing. I think I see we need to say this particular thing. Hold on. So I notice in this file, we're not using the harpoon shot at all. We're not importing it and getting the state from there. Can you please check that? Because we probably should. I think that has the main state for this. Hey, it's not breaking though. That's nice. Let's see. Why is it resetting the... Let's see if I remove the delete here. What happens? Okay, well, I think at the very least it's not breaking. So it's... I don't think it actually broke, which is at least a different problem. Yeah, so it's now not entering here, so we somehow fix this particular uh, timing thing, I think. Let's print the tension percentage. That would be a pretty good thing to know. I'll get a better idea of what's happening. Because now we're no longer resetting it, so... Probably have to reload here because prints are a little bit overwhelming. Hold on, I'm going to do Command-Shift-D, removes all the prints. That was an extension I got, which is pretty handy. But the first extension that I got, it was called like delete all prints, and then it didn't work. I was like, okay. Spent this time looking for one. But I persisted. That's what matters. Alright, what's going on with this? Like, what other prints are there? I guess we made a bunch of prints elsewhere. Is that the deal? These are on... Didn't I delete these? Hold on. What the heck? Wait a second. Why is it still printing these? Very suspicious. There we go. Hell yeah. That's working. That's actually working. Okay, heck yeah. Okay, so now we just need to multiply it by 100, right? They already are, which is weird. But once it hits 1, then we should be done. Yeah, so it's actually totally working, that logic. But once it... We should just use this instead, I think. This time under tension thing, whatever. And I'm just going to do this, actually. Cool. So it just means the break line isn't quite working. Let's see. So I'm going to plug this into grok and get it to work. So we've been able to actually trigger this break line function, but it's not quite working. I'll attach the harpoon shot.js. We might need to integrate some things with that file into this. So please try to rewrite this function. Big issue is not using whole numbers. Need to standardize. Maybe. Not really sure. Yeah, if you find some issue, definitely just like shoot out to me. But like, hey, this line is not working. I'll change it. We'll debug together. All right, revised break line. Let's just copy that. That seems pretty good to me. It's not that I read it, but I believe in it. Oh yeah, fix that, please. Thank you. I'm gonna plug that in. Oh yeah, that's not right at all. Yeah, please fix this function. It should do two things. It should reset the monster so they have the old state and it should be able to move freely, and should remove the line entirely, like it's reset completely. Let's see what it did here with the detach harpoon and see what it was trying to call, because there's something like it, I'm sure. Detach harpoon. Yeah, we got one in here, so we should just import that. And then after we get this working, which I hope will be soon, we'll do the line color. I think we're gonna skip the like the particle effects and stuff because it's not a big of a deal. I think the line color is like good enough to signal like what we're trying to do. I like how the monster just flew away. That's very realistic. Okay. Whoa, what the heck? He came back. Alright, let's try it again. Alright, I'm gonna try to ask this model. This is more. So right now, when the line broke, the monster just flew away. We want to do two things. Number one, the monster doesn't need to move. Like it just needs to make it so they're no longer in a state where they're being modified. And number two, make sure to remove the line. So we need to modify the handle line break and harpoon shot. The line should be gone. It should be totally reset. He's just flying back and forth. Okay, let's try it. Strange. Well, alright, I'm probably gonna call it for now. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. I had a flight today, so I'm kind of tired. But yeah, so thanks for watching. It looks like some people, so we'll see if we can get the harpoon tomorrow. That would be a good thing to do. Okay.